Test. Test, test.
Good morning. I hope you got some rest after the long day yesterday. We covered many topics. There were a lot of discussions. It was a very long day. We went over the deadline for the program, but I hope it was worthwhile. At least I think so. Today is the time to present the results from yesterday's work. And as Boban is caught in a meeting with the minister, with the Albanian minister. I will substitute for him this morning. So from all of the working groups today, we have designated speakers to present the results. And the program will be so that each working group has half an hour to present the results and also to allow for some discussion from the rest of the forum. Because the idea is that not only in a small group, but the results should be disseminated with a wider forum and also to receive feedback from all of the relevant stakeholders. So after all of the presentations and all of the groups provided some input for the Tirana agenda, we will have the coffee break. And then after the coffee break, we will be ready to discuss the actual output of this conference, which is Tirana Agenda 2022, which is a policy document with policy recommendations, which will go in front of the ministers and high delegations in the ministerial meeting in November in Montenegro. When we finalize the agenda, that means we have completed the objective of this forum, the main objective. Then we will have lunch, and in the afternoon, we will enjoy the hospitality of our host, which the Ministry of Agriculture of Albania, which organized a field trip for us to see how agriculture and rural tourism works in practice in Albania. And that will be followed by dinner and culture program. So I hope you will enjoy the day. And I would like to start this session by inviting the first presenter, the spokesperson for the first working group on wine, regional cooperation on legal harmonization and market development in the wine sector, Mr. Darko Jakšić, who has the role of a regional expert for the Regional Expert Advisory Working Group. Darko, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. As usually, wine group start on the end of the presentations, but this year we will start first. But we hope that we will finish the day with very nice and interesting Albanian wines in the study tour. So thank you very much for organizers. Thank you for the secretariat for very good organization, and thank you for the wine group for the very useful discussion yesterday, and not just yesterday, lot of years we cooperate. Thank you for our German colleagues, which they support us in all our process of harmonization in the wine sector. So I will just present in front of the group of wine. Actually, the full name is Regional Cooperation on Legal Harmonization and Market Development in the Wine Sector, but we called Wine Group. So after the discussion, we found some main purpose of the wine group. So first of all is evaluation, exchange of views and policy recommendations regarding to the general and specific wine topics for the Western Balkans. Also providing recommendations for the suitable grape and wine production and raising the awareness of the overcoming the environmental impact in the wine sector. So we discussed yesterday a lot, and we find a lot of key assets or opportunities. So first of all, about harmonization and adaptation with the latest EU wine legislation, because we can say that wine sector is one of the much more regulated sector in the European Union. And this morning in Agro News, I read one title that in Serbia, exists the law on wine, but not exist law on milk. Of course, that is exists law on wine because it's regulated a lot of years and years, and a lot of legislation for wine are really regulated not just in Serbia, in European Union, but in all our countries. So maybe this sector is not big and not so much more important for our countries, but regulation is really complicated and well regulated. So other opportunities or key assessed also is assessment of the future impact of the climate change. You know, for the climate changing, we saw yesterday one interesting presentation. Climate change in the wine sector is very important because it have a big impact for the quality and characteristics of wine. And there is a big discussions what to do in the future, especially if you're talking about PDO and PGI wines, because in the future we can predict that we need to move the vineyards, maybe sometimes outside of the border of the PDOs and PGIs. So for us, it's a very important issue. Also close follow-up the market situation and developments, specific policy formulation and legislation, and focus on the small grape and wine producer because we have characteristics in our region that mostly of producers of wine are small producers which are not competitive with the European producers or even with producers from the new wine world, I mean Chile, Argentina, Australia, and so on. And also one item which is already we discussed in our group, promotion, better promotion of the Western Balkan wine region. So just to say something about climate changing, I would like to say that European Climate Change Service Copernicus a few weeks ago announced that this summer is the hottest in the history of the European measurement. Actually, the last summer was the hottest, and this summer is the hottest than the previous one. So it's make big impact for the all agriculture sectors, but especially for the wine sector. So we can see that in August, the average temperature is 0.3 hotter than for the average temperature in the period 1991 2020. But in Europe, where is the anomalies bigger than in the rest of the world, the hottest August was for 1.72 degrees of Celsius hotter than previous one. So you can imagine how the impact the climate changing have for the viticulture and wine sector, especially in the Balkan area. So after the discussion, we prepare and define some key barriers in our region. So first of all is, as I said, the complexity of the EU legislation and requirements for the wine sector. There are a lot of requirements what we need to fulfill to become the member of the EU, starting for the vineyard register, for the company documents, different issues, inspections, control. Yesterday we saw in the presentation of the colleague Bekim. So there are a lot of things what is necessary to do in all our countries and territories to be harmonized. But on the other hand, we have in our region lack of the capacity for the implementation of already adopted regulation. So we need to adapt with the new requirements, but we can't fulfill the already adopted legislation. This is one of the main problems in our region. So one of the main issue in the European Union is viticulture zoning. I will explain later about this. And we have a lack of viticulture zoning for the climate zones in our region in line with the European Union requirements. Also, we don't have so good environment for doing the business in the wine sector, especially after the pandemic crisis and especially after the war in Ukraine. So because everybody thinking about milk, bread, and the really main foodstuffs, not about wines, and we can't predict some good moments in the future for the wine sector. Also in our region, we have a problem about big producers groups in the wine sector, sector. I also explain later a little bit about this. And also we can say that in the future consumption on the wine will decrease because of the problems of the economic crisis and war in Ukraine. So in this slide you can see very complicated legislation for the wine together with the agricultural products and foodstuffs and spirit drinks and aromatized wine products. And we can say that all our countries in the region, we worked hardly to harmonize our legislation, especially law on wines and also bylaws with the EU legislation. First of all, it was very hard to understand, all requirements, but we can say that we really understood well and harmonized our legislation. But in last year, we had new legislation which they change main regulation 1308 also for the Common Market Organization, also legislation for foodstuffs and aromatized wine products. And now in this moment we can say that all our SWG members, we are not harmonized with the newest EU legislation because they are totally new items. For example, de-alcoholized wine and partly de-alcoholized wine, new definitions of the PDO, PGIs, also some new issues for the labeling and so on. So in the next period, we will work hardly, maybe we can say again, to harmonize with the newest EU legislation. So, as I said, on the other hand, we don't have a lot of stuffs to following harmonization of the EU, very frequently changing and new legislation of the EU. And we made one analysis of the all staff involved in the wine sector in the region. There are 69 persons, scientific persons, staff in the ministry and so on, involved in the wine sector. We think that is not enough. For example, there are total 15 civil servants in the ministries who are working in the wine sector. So you can imagine there are a lot of legislations. Sometimes in the ministry we are not on the priority, of course. There are other foodstuffs and food safety and so on priority, but it's obligatory to harmonize legislation with the EU very complicated legislations. So about wine growing zoning, just to better understand, this is one of the first issue in negotiation process of the countries which want to be a member of the EU to define the climate zone connected with the Winkler index for the whole territory of the countries. And you can see here the zones in European Union. There are 6 zones. Why they are so important? Because regarding of the climate zones or Winkler index, country can, or some in wine growing areas, can use some enological practices and respect the restrictions. Especially this is important for enrichment, for acidification and deacidification. We can say that in some countries, like in Serbia and Montenegro, zoning is already prepared with the funds and with the projects founded by EU. But example in Serbia is that it was 10 years ago, and using the data in a previous period, the last 20 years of the period are much more change in the climate. And for example, a lot of vine growing zones which were divided in a zone B, where it's possible to make deacidification but not acidification of the wine. Now they are in C1. So it means that there are problems with a lot of alcohol and is necessary to make acidification of wines. So in that case, it's necessary to make renewal of the zoning in this case, but for some countries it's necessary to do the totally new zoning and to present to the European Union and also for the agrarian policy and rural development using in the ministries. So one of the barriers is the weak producers groups. We analyze the producers group which they are existing now in a sector in all our countries and territories. We have 82 different associations of the producers of grapes and wine. So it sounds so big, but they are usually non-profit associations. They are not as like in European Union registered and recognized like producers organizations, which they doing the business. Actually, they are the profit organizations. So in the next period, is necessary to working most in this in professional way on those associations, because associations doing just to organize maybe some wine fair or something like that, sometimes fighting with the ministry or something like that, but not in professional way like existing really in the European Union. About our prediction for the consumption of wine, it's not optimistic prediction. So you can see some results of the consumption of wine. Balkan is on the lowest level of the consumption, and probably in the future, because of the crisis and the rising of the price and everything, consumption will not be on this level, will be certainly will be on the decreasing, but will not happen just on Balkan countries' territories. Will be in all Europe and all around the world because of the crisis. So in that case, we need to find how to leading the sector and how to support the sector and specific sector of the wine sector in our region. So after the discussions, we defined the way for the forward. So first of all, regional initiations and joint approach to common problems, and also preserve small producers in the challenging socio-economic environment. Not just thinking about producers of wine, of grapes, small producers like business, because for example, in European Union, to doing a good business with wine, for one family, is necessary to have minimum 5 hectares of the vineyards. But in Balkan countries is totally different. We approximately have about between 2 and 3 hectares per one family, which they have the vineyards. So they are not competitive with the European Union producers. And we need to focus especially for the small producers, because for several years, we discussed yesterday, they will disappear like producers. They will start to planting maybe the orchards in fruit production, going in some other sectors, not anymore in the wine. So because of that, we need to focus on the small producers and to introduce special measures, subsidized for the small producers with the small capacity of the production. So also we propose to plan to prepare the studies of the simulation of the climate changing on the Western Balkans, especially specialized for the wine sector. We mean viticulture bioclimatic indexes, because, as I said, climate changing, and one index called Cool Night Index will decreasing. So to better understand, this is the difference between the days, temperature of days and nights. If you want to produce the best quality wines and the best harmonized wines, the ripening of the grapes necessary to be in a period when we have the big difference between the days and nights. Now, in these climate changing conditions, usually a lot of varieties, they are ripening in August, where is the temperature the highest, and we are losing the quality of wines. If you want to continue to be recognized like a region with specific wines, especially with aromatic wines, good colorated wines, we need to set up a lot of measures, maybe some rootstocks, maybe to find some new locations and so on. Because of that, is necessary to make simulation of the climate changing, and regarding of that, maybe to find some other areas for the production if we want to continue to produce good quality of wines. And like our idea is to promote Balkan like really serious region with the serious and characteristic unique wines. So also one of the ways we already working on this with the colleagues from Germany to examine new varieties which are not exist in our region, but especially resistant on the different diseases, varieties to reduce the spraying, to reduce the pollution, because this is the future in the wine sector, not just on the Balkan, in all Europe and in the world. Also, we discussed to have the stronger participation of the sectorial stakeholders in the development of acquis and other knowledge structures, and of course to continue to have some different joint promotions. Said yesterday, colleagues mentioned we had several promotion activities and even scientific activities, some papers presented in Bordeaux this year, like Balkan countries, to present possibilities for organic production in our region, and also a lot of activities, but we need to do more in this sector. So this is the idea of the simulation of the climate changing. We can say that study of the climate changing in the Balkan countries is already exist, founded by European Union funds, and predictions are not so optimistic. In near future, we will have increased average temperature for 1.2 degrees of Celsius, but till the end of the century, some predictions call that could be maximum 4 degrees. So you can imagine how will be different conditions for the viticulture and wine production in our areas. So on the middle of the slide, you can see three way of simulation of the temperature for the near future, for the middle of the century, and for the end of the century. And on the right side, I participate in one project in Montenegro. We simulate Winkler index, much more important index for the viticulture, for the middle of the century and for the end of the century, because there is a problem in Podgorica plate, started to be hotter and hotter, and producers, especially the biggest producers, Plantage, are looking for some another locations to plant in the vineyards for the white wines, and especially for some aromatic wines. And with this prediction, we found some new locations which are not traditionally wine growing areas. For example, in Bijelo Polje, in Šćepan Polje, and also in Nikšić plate. For example, in Nikšić will be not zone E, like for the white wines, will be also zone B. So it could be suitable for some red wine varieties. So in the future, looking for the simulation of the climate, we can say that some production will move in some new areas. So this is the idea to work for all regions. On the end, as I said, that we are looking for how to promote our wines, our wine regions, our geographic indications, and generally our countries and Balkan, like really serious wine regions with unique countries. And we make one analysis. There are temporary now 33 national and regional wine festivals on local character and international characters, but is necessary to promote in better way ourselves. And one of good example is one event organized in September in Belgrade, organized by 3 countries, Albania, North Macedonia, and Serbia, with the name Wine Vision by Open Balkan. And I just try to put some sequences of this event. It was from 1st till 4th September, and it was also organized Wine Vision by Open Balkan name, but organized a competition with the name Open Balkan Wine Tasting Trophy, with a lot of masterclass presentations, promote of not just Albania, Macedonia, and Serbia, but also in Bosnia, Montenegro, and all countries. So I can say that 39 countries participated, and participated 11 wineries from the Albania, 13 wineries from the Bosnia and Herzegovina, 45 participants, wineries and distilleries from North Macedonia, 8 from Montenegro, and a lot of from Serbia. So it's important that 153 producers participated in this event, and that there are a lot of distributors, buyers, HoReCa, distilleries. So actually 353 participants was on this event. So this is the first time that in really serious way we presented the Balkan wines in this wine fair. So this is for the presentation for beginning. If you have some questions, comments, and suggestions.
Thank you very much, Darko, and thank you for presenting barriers, but also opportunities, and most importantly, ways forward. There are ways how to overcome these barriers, as you very well presented here, and also some of the initiatives of the Open Balkan as the wine fair. Now we have no more minutes, but I will open the floor for some questions and comments. Alexander Bogunovic.
Thank you, Darko. Tremendous presentation, excellent. So just one suggestion, maybe, because in the first day we heard when we talked about the climate change, the actually importance of the digitalization. So maybe I haven't seen it, and maybe it should be somewhere mentioned, like as a tool that could be used for this following activities.
Oh, yes. Okay, we didn't have a time to mention. You're totally right. When we thinking to make zoning and it's necessary to use tools like geographic information system. So this is the base to prepare the zoning and for the climate changing. So yes, we can add if you think that is necessary to add. But digitalization, it means when we talking about simulation, also that is very important. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or comment? If not, thank you very much, Darko. And thank you to the entire wine group for your input. The next, I would call for the presenter for the working group 2, Sustainable Forest Management in the Western Balkans. That is Nenad Petrovic, right?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nenad Petrovic, and it's my pleasure to be invited to have this short, let's say, presentation of Sustainable Forest Management Group, and thanks to the SVG to invite me to be able to present you some kind of the analysis of the I would say the deficits and gaps in the Western Balkan countries when it comes to the sustainable forest management. And Sustainable Forest Management Group is, I would say, the young retinue in this SVG umbrella, so to say. And we work hard and try to analyze where we see the gaps and analysis, and to propose some kind of the way forward, so to say, in overcoming this really challenging issue to keep sustainable forest management in really changing and dynamic environment, at least for the forest sector, I would say. This is it. So the main purpose. Oops. Okay, the main purpose of this working group is to give the overview status of the region regarding achieving sustainable forest management objectives. So that was the main, so to say, analysis goal, and describe institutional and legal framework in the country to see the differences among us, although there is a lot of similarities. Then describe the project implementation in the region, which contribute to the achieving sustainable forest management, and then to identify the gaps. This was the, so to say, the main point, in at least in my understanding, is to see this deficit and possible intervention in the region towards achieving sustainable forest management. So that was some kind of the main goal, so to say. And then give conclusion recommendation for the further intervention. So the key assets or opportunities is the regional problem was identified in the many topics across the region based on the national reports compilation of the regional deficit in one place. So we use this opportunity and this umbrella to so to say compile all deficits in one place and to see comprehensive overview of the deficits towards sustainable forest management in the region. So I would say this is one of the main assets. Then we restarted the network again. Many of the people from the region, we know from each other since long time ago, but we somehow don't communicate or don't cooperate since long time ago. And I would say that this network is now again restarted, which is, I hope so, for the benefit of all. And then I see the good communication and readiness for the further cooperation, and this is something that could give some kind of the joint efforts or the synergy for moving forward and achieving sustainable forest management, which I would say in the region is more or less very, very similar in many aspects. And then this is some kind of we can use this as a possibility to create the long-term exchange platform in the region. So this could be used to our best practices to share among each other, because I would say that a lot of money has been invested in the region from many sides and in the different stages toward achieving the same goal, sustainable forest management in the Western Balkan region. And then I would say that we can use these best practices or even this not good practices that others could avoid when they are, let's say, introducing the similar things. So I would say this is could be the mutual benefit for all of us in the future, and to learn from each other, I would say. And then where we see the key barriers, it's the lack of the national, let's say, means for maintaining the network of platform. Okay, this is the new things. Maybe we don't check with our national, let's say, funding sources, but at the moment, I see that this could be one of the lacking points. Then insufficient information about the network and possibility that network could offer to the region is something that we need to spread around and to see the other people in the sector to try to find the options for the cooperation. And something which is above the forest sector is this political climate for cooperation among the Western Balkan countries. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes goes down. But I think so our readiness for cooperation is there, but this is barriers that we see as such. Then the way forwards, we see that to get clear readiness for the regional cooperation among the countries. So this is something that we already see, but we should spread these ideas for the other points. Then create the regional platform for exchange experience and the best practices among the countries in the region. So this is the second point. And then identify common topics for exchange of the experience and the best practices among the countries with the possible link to the EU experience. So while we are doing the analysis of the forest sector, we identify some kind of the common ground, of the common topics that we should maybe further elaborate and try to see some kind of common fields for the further cooperation. And maybe to link with some kind of the EU experience when it comes to the certain points that are not so good covered in the region. And then implement exchange of experience and the best practices on the few common topics. We should, out of the several topics, find maybe for the beginning one or two and try to see the options for the cooperation and to best practice, let's say, exchange among the countries in the region. Because some countries already introduce something, see some lacks, but other in the stage of developing, maybe by the exchanging, they could really benefit in different way. And then initiate in the later stage common project based on the common deficit. So this network should, at the end of the day, also try to rising and doing the common project which are of the mutual interest. So what are the topics that we recognize as a mutual for the cooperation is the following. So one of the the points is implementation of the close to nature forest management, which follows the national processes. And this was recognized by the EU forest strategy as a friendly biodiversity forest management practice. And in some countries, it has been already started. And for instance, in Serbia, we start to implementing this praxis-oriented management guidelines, which guides the praxis how to manage the forest from the very beginning to the end in achieving, so to say, the products that could, on the long run, storage carbon. Because it is a really big question, what is the role of the forest in this climate change? Is it just providing the resources for the reducing these fossil fuels? And then we have also the striking issue, which wood we should use for this bioeconomy. And the second point, which is more, I would say, important, is to provide the quality wood that have the long-term storage capacity. So that means the very good quality that goes into the furniture, and at the end of the day, then should be used as a, let's say, bioenergy. And this clear praxis-oriented, let's say, management guidelines is something that should guide the praxis. And effects of such kind of the documents are huge if you consider that well-trained people implement this in the ground. The effect of this will be the biggest. So it's not about planting the 10 hectares of the trees, which is very fancy. But I see that this is even more important, that existing forests are managed in a way that we are, let's say, make adaptation to the climate change on the huge, let's say, scale. Then introduction of the biodiversity in the forest management planning and monitoring system, because this close to nature forest management is biodiversity friendly practice. But to be able to monitor the biodiversity, we need to introduce into the forest management planning and monitoring system and to see how our effects, for instance, from the instruction, have the long-term effects on the biodiversity. So to see, to evaluate our intervention, which kind of the effects they have on the biodiversity. Then sustainable forest management with the wood mobilization in the private forest. It's really something that we are facing with a lot of threats, because in the region we have a very similar private forest owner structure. It's a small scale forest with a lot of forest owners, which are now changing. Older owners want to keep and stay and give to their, let's say, daughters and sons the forest, and the new ones who are moved to the cities or abroad, they don't have the same, let's say, attachment to this forest, and they want to sell it. And then this, when they sell, there is a lot of entrepreneurial options in the ground which are not attached with this forest. They are just using the opportunity to cut and go. And then we have a lot of, let's say, damaged sustainable forest management. And then it is really the question which policy instruments we should tailor-made in the new changed environment to secure, let's say, wood mobilization, which is very necessary for the economy, but also to, in another way, keep sustainable on the long run this small-scale private forest. This is, again, the huge challenge, let's say, for the region. Then unlocking potential for afforestation and nature-based solution in the forest land and other land use categories is, of course, something that is really of the interest. Afforestation is very fancy. For instance, I coming from Serbia, on the north part of the Serbia, which is only 7% of the forest, everybody is speaking that it should be afforested, but then nothing is happening. Why? Because we don't analyze in depth why this is not happening. Is it the problem with the catastrophe? Is it the problem with the conflict between the forestry and nature protection? Or is it the problem with other points that we don't see on the first, let's say, view, but nothing is happened? This is conclusion after the 10, 15 years, and we are looking all strategy, nothing is happened, or at least not much. Unfortunately, in this green agenda for Western Balkan, the only 2 points is afforestation, and this forest land restoration is mentioned as a contribution of the forestry in this green agenda, although it's a green. Many other aspects of the forestry somehow are not so recognized in it. Then increase create new financial support mechanism for achieving sustainable forest management, or we call it payment for ecosystem services. It is really the question to ask to society, does somebody should pay for the externality, positive externality that the private and state forests are providing to the society? Fresh and clean air is a public good, and public good means if I use it, I cannot restrict anybody else to use it as well. And it is a question, should society pay for all these positive externalities that comes from the state and the private forest? And this mechanism was existing, let's say, in Serbia, but also in other countries. And it was abolished. And it's really the question, do we need readiness to share the cost of these positive externalities and implement a lot of afforestation, if it's necessary, on any other natural-based solution in our region? So this is the question for all of us. And then create institutional setup for the knowledge transfer and continuous education in the forest sector, including demonstration and research plots in the field. I would say, I coming from the university, and I would say that the knowledge transfer and research and education is something that is always there but never properly recognized. Development in the forest sector, and I would say beyond, it's really depending on our understanding and recognition of importance to invest in the education and knowledge. We don't have a oil, but we have a people who can, let's say, shape their brains to use the resources with the most valued products in the country. And this way we can create, let's say, the welfare state for our citizens. And at the moment, we are really nice resource-based ground for many richer countries, unfortunately. But I would say we should learn and focus our resources also in education and knowledge transfer to be able to unlock our potentials and our resources in the region. Establishment of the forest information system is something that is recognized in all the countries, because this is nice monitoring instrument which would include different models and capacity building, especially for use of the remote sensing, to get very quick overview and monitor the resource on the big scale in the region. And then all of this, what is said above, it needs to be adapted in the new strategic and regulatory frame based on the common vision and the new challenges in the forest sector, like a climate change, bioeconomy, forest biodiversity, this legal trade of the wood, rural development, etc. And at the end, so what was one of the key points from this SVG platform, we see that establishment of the regional best practice exchange platform for the sharing experience from the region. It could be different kind of the aspect from the forestry, but it's important that we have a stick for the fishing, and then we will fish different kind of the fishes. So I would say that this is the messages from our side, and we should really leave the vanity from the past and really look towards future. And we need really the venture to be able to overcome a lot of challenges that are in front of us. But at the end, our vision is that this forest, which is really pure monoculture spruce, which are really nice and very productive, gives a lot of money, but suddenly in few days it could come that this forest is really set to zero, and that all our hopes are disappearing in one night, and that we are moving more towards, let's say, I don't know, is it visible on this picture? This is more small-scale mixture forest between different, let's say, broadleaves and conifers, where is this possible, and in that way to make ecological, stable and resilient forest, but also the forests that could provide the good resource base for the better, let's say, life of our society, or contribution of the forest sector to the society. So with this, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nenad, and thank you very much for emphasizing so much the regional cooperation as an instrument for overcoming the barriers. And this is one of the objectives of such a forum, to show that regional cooperation is a way forward. Also, I'm glad that you're also emphasizing the need for knowledge transfer. And also, Darko mentioned the need for AKIS within the wine sector. And we have here next the AKIS group, which is already working within the framework of SWG on a general basis. But maybe in the next stages, we can focus more on specific sectors, as the AKIS group already proposed, but that will be presented later on by Gotze. Now we have, I think, some 10 minutes for discussion. So I open the floor for questions and comments. Alexander?
Okay, so just briefly, since I saw one of the topic was whether there is a interest for this regional cooperation. So I think that it is never been better possibility for regional cooperation because of this initiative of Open Balkans. So the phytosanitary, the veterinarian services in the regions are very intensively cooperating. So I think that there just has to come some signal from within the ministry, people from the forestry department, to express precisely what they need. And I don't think that there will be any problems to do that. And also, what I missed actually here was this actual, the current situation about lack of wood for the pellet production. So I think maybe we should have also some glance on the situation about the increased need for wood for heating, and because what we see coming in the future is the lack of energy, switching back to the coal wood heating. So maybe that we should have something related to that. I don't know. This is what I miss in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nenad.
So I just want to say that regarding this pellet issue, it's really the one of the issues that we are addressing here, and which is really clearly stated in the EU forest strategy, is really which wood you will use for what. So, and also EU biodiversity strategy, which the EU forest strategy is referring to, is that using the whole trees and putting into the crushing into the pellets and using huge amount of the energy to be then burned in the few minutes is maybe not the optimal, I would say, for the region, the options for it. But at the moment, this is the huge export, or let's say good businesses in the region. So the pellets, what was proposed, it should be done by the waste from the sawmills, first of all. And we can see that use this wood, this low quality wood, for any other long-term, let's say, storage capacity options is the really contribution of the forest sector to the climate change. And as I said, the producing the more valuable trees, which have a long-term storage capacity, and then after the usage to use for the energy, is the really circular way of using our resources. And this is really discussion how we are using the resources for the pellet production in our countries. So this is topics which are beyond this meeting.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? And Ariola.
Yes. Hi. I really liked your presentation. I'm Nenad, and there was this thing which you mentioned about positive externalities, which sort of really caught my attention. So you raised this question, which I think it's a valid, might sound a little bit like thought-provoking question. So as society, we do benefit from getting good quality air, but then on the other hand, we have this private-owned forests which are managed by their owners. And so the question of, should we as society maybe start to think to maybe pay or contribute somehow? my feeling was that you probably gave it some thought too, or maybe you have thought about this. And so I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on this? What do you see? So what are your preliminary ideas? How could this actually look like? What barriers could be, you know, because it seems like we are not even raising this question. So it's like, for me at least, it was the first time that I heard this question.
Okay, I'm not the oracle, but I would say that it was a different, let's say, the options that has been proposed. So, for instance, in Croatia, you have the instrument that every legal entities who earn more than 400,000 euros a year should pay 0.0 something. I don't remember exact figures for certain fund, and from this fund, it's let's say pay a lot of let's say investment in the forestry. So either for forestation, either for the different natural-based solutions, or for the investment which are let's say super costly in the forest management. So in the young forest, you need a lot of invest to get these long-term storage capacity products. So there is a different way. Also at the EU level, there is a lot of, let's say, proposal for payment, let's say, for these positive externalities that the forest provide. So I would say at the moment, I don't have a concrete proposal, but this is something that should be recognized, and then the people should sit and find a tailor-made, let's say, proposal how to evaluate these positive externalities of the forest. So I would say these public goods that was provided by the forest should be somehow recognized. If one forest keeping the infrastructure and keeping the, let's say, the soil erosion and also providing the clean air, it is something that it's benefit for all of us, disregard from which forest it's coming. So I would say this should be taken in consideration by the society in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea?
Yeah, thank you, Nenad, for the very good presentation. I had an opportunity yesterday to participate to this working group, and I said I am really glad that in the region exists this readiness just to rejoin and setting up the platform. However, in the presentation, I miss one topic which is really necessary in respect on the fire prevention. To have the sustainable forestry management, I think that we have to discuss a little bit about the risk management and the fire prevention system, not only for each country, but as well on the cross-border system. And this would be as one additional topic and opportunity with establishment of this platform. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. It is just a presentation for, okay, inside of one of the slides, it's not, it is not mentioned, but I would say that this point is by establishing the forest information system and the different modules, it is foreseen to be placed there. So it's not clearly said, but this is really extremely important topics, definitely in the region.
Thank you. Any other question? If not, thank you very much, Nenad, once more. And now I would like to invite Goce Georgievski to present the results of the third working group on AKI's agricultural knowledge and innovation systems.
Thank you, Dori. Good morning, everyone. It seems like yesterday the biggest interest was in this actual working group, since there was no place to sit, literally. For the past year, the national experts and the regional experts advisory working group was working on the proposed national action plans regarding the establishment and further improvement of the AKIS system in the regions. So yesterday we had the great opportunity to see all the presentations presented by the national experts, and the regional proposal presented by Professor Kasimis. We had a very fruitful discussion, many different opinions, but in the end we came to the same conclusions. And today we have the opportunity to continue this discussion in orderly way. So, as I previously said, the presented proposed national action plans were performed, and we planned the next steps for the working group. What is AKIS and how did it start? The European Union started to talk about AKIS since 2008, and it has been very active in that field since 2012, introducing measures, introducing activities, funding projects in that matter. And in the meantime, our region was a little bit sleepy. This is why 10 years later, we are today discussing this establishment and modernization of AKIS system. And since the European Innovation Partnership is putting the main focus on this topic for the next period, this is something that this is a chance for us as a region to not exclude it in our national action plans and our national agenda for development and further alignment with the European Union. For me personally, I think of AKIS as this game of connecting dots, with the numbers, because we all have the institutions, we all have the bases and the platforms in order to develop this system and put it in function in all different states, because all countries have this basis of a system more or less developed. There is some differences in the different countries. We had the chance to see that yesterday, and it is up to us to get it aligned and organized in a regional matter, in a well-organized structure, and in an operational way that will keep up the pace with the European standard, which is our actual goal. So as you can see, we have a high fragmentation and weak partnership within the countries regarding the educational institutions, regarding the state authorities, regarding the extension services, regarding the producers, which are 4 of maybe 10 stakeholders in the whole AKIS system. Some of the institutions or some of the mechanisms to put it in function are completely missing, such as a legal framework within the system would operate, such as mechanism to create support for it. The European Rural Development Program has the measure 16, which is cooperation since 2014, and in the case of North Macedonia, we have just yet to introduce it in 2023. Also, the advisory support measure, we had this input by Mr. Breslin yesterday. We had this discussion also. So this is not something that only one stakeholder or one institution can push forward. There has to be motivation within every stakeholder in the system to work together, to cooperate, and to create this system of cooperation and knowledge transfer system. And I don't know, what would be the main motivation if not kind words? Money? Maybe. Yeah, so we'll see. Should I go into details about what the opportunities are in establishing of such AKIS system? Should we generate knowledge? Should maybe in the discussion afterwards, I will ask a question and you will answer whether we have, as a region, not as countries, as a region, at least one example of an innovation that was brought up from this region in the past 10 years or maybe more. That's a question that we should discuss. So the opportunities that this system has is to motivate the professionals, the young thinkers, the producers to change their mindset in order to be more efficient, more organized, and adapt better to the conditions brought up by the modernization, by the European standards, etc. Regarding the markets, regarding the production techniques, regarding every step of the way from farm to fork process. So what are the ways forward? I think we all know what are the ways forward. One of the stakeholders or every stakeholder needs to know what should be done and how should be done. The institutions and the authorities should think more of finding a way to fund this system. And in the end, maybe in the next APF, we will have the opportunity to become proud of ourselves maybe in a later stage of implementation of such systems. So I will be brief to let the discussion develop, and thank you.
Thank you, Goce. Maybe in such a short term, like next APF, maybe we will be able to present some AKIS activities within the wine group or AKIS within the forestry group or any of the other specific sectors that are currently operating within SWG structure. Now I open the floor for questions or comments. Alexander, thank you for being so proactive this morning. Thank you, really appreciate it.
Well, I couldn't fit in all the groups, so thank you for the presentation. So just general remarks. So when I look at this ways forward, it's like, as you said, things that we all know. So I would like to have something more concrete, like more precise. So, but is this the place? Yes, it is. I mean, if this group here doesn't recommend something like really concrete, then who else will do it? So you cannot rely that one person in the ministry or two persons, as Darko said, how many people are dealing in wine sector with this topic? It's peanuts. So, and this is the scientific community here, and these are the people who have the knowledge. So that's I think we should have more precise things. When you say like, yeah, we should develop. Okay, for me, like National AKIS Action Plan should be adopted. So this is very precise. So so the first, if that is the only thing that we need, let's say the first step, let's make AKIS action plans. And within these plans, make it more in detail. So what this AKIS action plan should contain. So what are these precise activities? So this is the way forward. So this is like the level of awareness among farmers. We all know that the awareness is, so what is needed? So more activities on the ground related with this, more workshops, more this or that. So what do we need for that? We need to train the advisors. So maybe in this way to be, the AKIS action plan probably, it's like too general. So, but if that is missing, so let's say, okay, let's make one thing, and that this is the task way forward. And then I think that SWG maybe could even look for the funds and like, let's make a project, like we have the group which will make the analysis of the situation for this topic. And then we have a project that will develop the action plan. Let's prepare the working groups. Let's collect the brains of the region to work on that. So this is like more in general my observation of this. Thank you.
This is exactly the reaction we were looking for creating this presentation. We made it short and confusing to make you more active in the discussion. Yeah. Other than that, in every national action plan, there is a clear pathway design of how and what are the ways to get to our goals or the regional goal. So I invite you all to look into the documents. And
I think we should give a more concrete answer. Okay. Very briefly, in the meeting we had yesterday, we came to two very clear proposals for the way forward. The first two paths, as Gotcha said. The first is the formalization path, which means that the state authorities, in cooperation with the national experts, will work on the national action plan proposed and move forward with all the necessary required steps to formalize or systematize, if you like, the AKI system. And the second path is to try and work on what we define as the experimental implementation of an AKI system, working with the already existing working groups of wine, soil, dairy farming that came out as a proposal, and a number of other proposals. In other words, first step, formalization, one pathway. Second, let's work concretely on the specific working groups that we have, which we will try to turn into operational groups and integrating the AKI system. So that's the idea. I won't go into any more details, but that's the proposal we came forward, and we have to finalize under the supervision of SWG. Okay?
Thank you very much, Herr Lambos, for providing more clarification on this. A short answer to Alexander's comment would be action plans have been developed and they exist, and they were prepared from groups of representatives from universities, research institutions, private sector, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Science, advisory services. So they were prepared by the experts, but with contribution from all of these actors. So they exist. And yesterday, I'm sorry you did not participate in this group. Yesterday, it was a premiere presentation of these AKIS plans, proposed AKIS plans for all of the relevant authorities for their consideration for adoption. So our intention as SWG is to have them published as proposed drafts, so that all interested parties could have access to them. They are very concrete, as Harlambos already explained. They have specific actions, and they also are prioritized based on impact that they may have on the entire AKIS system, but also based on feasibility, because we can dream of something, but we need to think of how feasible something is, so that certain action can already be started, those that are most feasible. And we already discussed that SWG will continue working even in the coming period on this topic, already starting implementing some of those actions on national, mostly on regional level, hopefully for some issues that are in common for all of the countries. So yes, thank you. Professor Milan Markovic.
Okay, very briefly. I was national expert for Montenegro, and we developed, as
Doris said, but I fully agree with Alexander. I think we should put in the core of AKIS advisory service. It should be maybe to think for next step, because advisory service is direct link to the consumer of what AKIS really means, producing and using of knowledge and innovation. Advisory service, you know, there is huge homogeneity in European countries in either public, private, combination, and role and position of advisory service, I think deserves, that should be one of the topic for one of the next either forum or seminar, or any kind of regional, a regional event. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And advisory services have been identified as the most important element of the AKIS. And that's probably something, next step that we should consider. Any other comment, Nenad?
I just want to use this opportunity that we, as always, small brother in the big ministries, that we are also should see our opportunities, because we are always somehow pushed aside, and all the many farmers are actually the private forest owners in the same time. And we can see, because we have the Chamber of the Forest Engineers, which is at least in Serbia the umbrella for the continuous education, and we should really see these opportunities for also this, so to say, knowledge transfer and innovation, and also in the forest sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Then thank you, Goze, once again for the presentation, and thank you for everyone who participated in the AKIS group. It was, as Goze mentioned, the room was crowded, so and everyone really actively contributed to the final contribution for the Tirana Agenda 2022. Now, talking about knowledge transfer, innovations as the vision for the prosperity of our rural areas, we cannot avoid emphasizing the role of the youth in the rural areas. And that's why we wanted to make this a special topic for this Agricultural Policy Forum, because we have to put the rural youth in a more central place and emphasize more their potential as a driving force of the agricultural sector and the general rural development for the Western Balkans. For that purpose, we had a special working group yesterday, the working group number 4, which discussed the role of youth in the rural development in the Western Balkans. And here we have with us Professor Emil Tuna to present the results of the group. I would just like to once more thank the German Federal Ministry for Food and Agriculture and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, FAO, for supporting our efforts into identifying or into clarifying the role of the rural youth in the Western Balkans and proposing recommendations for policies that would stimulate youth to stay and contribute to the rural development in the Western Balkans. Emil, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dori. I have the pleasure to be the last presenter and of the youngest group, which is very natural because it's for youth. And I'm the only female presenter, and I have to say that it was my pleasure to see that this group is constructed of mostly females, which is a positive thing. We only have one male, and all of the people are young or younger. So listening to all these presentations and all the discussions that we had at this forum and in the symposia that we have before this forum, we have many issues that we need to solve, and all these issues that we saw today or before, we are connected with the future, and the young people are the future. So I was anonymously nominated and selected to be the presenter, and I'm very happy to be here. So this is this group, I have to say in the beginning, is very at the early stages of its functioning, and it is on the role of youth in the rural development in the Western Balkans. So we are in the stage of developing the methodology, which we think it's a very important step to take, or to elaborate the methodology as good as possible in order to have to gain better or good results at the end. And as Dori mentioned, that this is done in a very large group of people, including first the national experts, the regional experts, contribution. We have contribution of the team of researchers engaged by the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture of the Federal Republic of Germany via GFA Consulting Group, the IAMO, Johann Heinrich von Thunen Institute. Dori has problems with pronouncing it. So the University at Göttingen, and many people that we had really good cooperation in the last period and communicated a lot of things, a lot of comments on especially on this first step, the methodology. So if we compare it with the other groups which are functioning for many years now and have a little bit different perspectives and a lot of results and a lot of things to say, we will start that we define the main purpose of this group to elaborate on the situation and the needs for the rural youth. It's a very broad perspective, but this is a horizontal issue that is affecting many subsectors and many issues in the rural areas and in agriculture. But also to, at the end, when we have the results, to provide preliminary recommendations for developing policies for enabling, encouraging, and enhancing rural youth's contribution to the rural development in the Western Balkans. Why did we think it's a good idea, or it's necessary to have this discussion or to have this activity? Primarily because we are talking about it all the time. We are talking about the aging of the rural population and depopulation of rural areas. And this is one of the main issues. We are not going to be able to implement anything of what we are doing if we don't have young people or people at all in the rural areas. So rural youth in the Western Balkans have largely been outside the scope of the recent research and scholar focus, especially when thinking about the Western Balkans and on the countries in transition. We recognized this also in the discussion yesterday. And we are proud to say that this will be one of the first steps in order to map the situation with youth and rural youth in the Western Balkan countries. So it's a first step. We are doing the small steps, and we are doing them very thoroughly. So hope that we are going to have good results. As I mentioned, we are in the stage of defining the methodology, and this was a comprehensive activity, and we are in the phase of finalizing it. And and yesterday we had presentation of the preliminary findings from the desk research, which we have to say was a good thing that we managed to do in a little time, to do a presentation of the overall situation, the macroeconomic indicators, and we included an institutional and legal framework perspective. From all this, we can say that a lot of mechanisms, especially in the legal frameworks, are missing and are not connected, but and many things need to be done in this matter. I'm kind of noticed that everybody starts with the barriers. It's a mental thing. We start with the barriers and then talk about the opportunities, because I guess we have more barriers than opportunities. As we said, the discussion was mostly on that the rural areas face significant development barriers in terms of infrastructure, access to capital, weak social and health services, and this is something that we all know. It's not new, of course. Due to this, there are decreased business activities and insufficient income opportunities for the young people. We are talking now about young people in our back mind. And all of this is causing unattractiveness of rural areas and agriculture as the main activity in the rural areas and still the main income for the people living in the rural areas. It's demotivating young people. We heard from the minister and we heard in all of the presentation that people don't, or young people don't want to be in agriculture. They don't want to live in the rural areas. So how do we motivate young people to stay in the rural areas or to even go back? Because those territories or those areas are characterized by high level of rural poverty, while unemployment in these areas remains still at a high rate. So and this is causing this out-migration that we are talking about. And yesterday we had a very interesting phrase that stayed and stick to us, and then we decided to put it in this presentation. We were also talking that education is a problem, but education sometimes and often, as we talked in the group, is not a problem. People, even if they're educated, their skills are unmatched. Was it unmatched? Unmatching skills. We had 3 or 4 keywords that we pointed out. So, and this is the phrase, moving to learn and learning to move phenomenon, which means that young people are moving to learn or to get educated, and at the end they learn that they can stay and they can move from the rural areas, which we said are unattractive, don't offer the possibilities for employment, and don't offer infrastructure and access to capital and access to all the things that young people need. So there are many more barriers, but we put only those that we discussed yesterday, just to summarize. And I know I have 30 minutes, but I'm not going to talk 30 minutes. As for the opportunities, we were talking about potential capacities and opportunities for starting and modernization of the business in the rural areas. And we were talking about diversification, because even though agriculture is the main income, of course, the rural areas offer more possibilities, and SWG is working on these opportunities like the tourism, agritourism, and many other things that can be done in the rural areas and can contribute to the income of the young people in the rural areas. And of course, agriculture is still the key economic opportunity, especially emphasized in these periods of crisis. We became aware about how much we need food and how food security is important. Securing food is important. So we need to have also young people back to produce food. One of the opportunities is we mentioned digitalization in agriculture as a factor for attracting young people into the sector, because their mindset is different than what is probably in the mindset of the older generations. So this is a very good opportunity for modernizing the agriculture, but also attract people, young people, to get engaged. So, and we thought that we also realized during the pandemic that health and safe environment is a prerequisite for a good life. And then maybe this will also have opportunities for living, or for young people to realize that it's not bad to live in the rural areas. But of course, this should be followed by adequate infrastructure and other measures for promoting this. Um, so ways forward. Just a couple of things. We see this analysis and this whole activity as a way to raise the awareness, to start somewhere. Raise the awareness of the importance of rural youth for the sustainability of the rural areas and agriculture as the main activity in the rural areas. So we were talking about the AKIS system, and the AKIS system is very important. Connecting the dots is very important. And it's very good that we have different activities which can be interlinked. We were thinking more about tailored AKIS to the needs of the rural youth. We should have, when we discuss about these activities or national plans and everything else, that youth has to be, or the young people has to be somewhere in the middle, because this AKIS is going to be constructed for them. So they need to have access to information, knowledge, and innovation transfer. And we see, or the rural youth has to be seen as a driver for innovation and diversification of economic activities and modernization of on-farm technologies. So we were following very strictly the format that was given to us regarding the presentation. So the forum recommends that at this stage, at this stage we don't have the results, but hopefully next year we will have very good results and analysis, which are going to present it also here at the forum. And based on that, we are going to have policies for enabling, encouraging, and enhancing, or the basis for the policies for rural youth's contribution to the rural development, and policies to encourage young people to stay in or return to the rural areas, or to help youth to become more visible, to give them voice, because they are the agents of change, as we call them, and they should be very proactive in their contribution to enhance the rural development in the Western Balkans. And this is the line that do I read it, or you're going to have it in the, okay? So the forum recognizes the importance and underutilized potential of the rural youth for development in the rural areas. We saw massive rural outmigration has been occurring, especially among rural youth population, and in that context, the forum strongly encourages creation and implementation of policies that support rural youth to become more visible as agents of change in the agri-food system, as well as enhance their contribution to the sustainability of rural areas and rural development in the Western Balkans. So I hope I was not very abstract, but this is the phase that we are in, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Emil. This was, as you mentioned, the preliminary input into the Agricultural Policy Forum and Agricultural and Tirana Agenda. This work is just starting now, and we intend to have a more concrete recommendations for the upcoming Agricultural Policy Forum, when more research will be conducted by the research team, as Emil explained, and there will be more substantial results at that time, and especially policy recommendations for encouraging young people to stay, live, work in the rural areas. Now I open the floor for comments or questions. And I'm looking at Alexander, but he's not looking at me.
Not to disappoint you, actually, but as you said, it was very general. So I was always waiting for something, because this is the most challenging actually issue. So I've been in this rural development for I don't know how many years. And from the very beginning, what we looked at, so we all know the importance of young people and women, especially in the rural areas. So it's not just young boys that don't have any future. So they also have to have young girls there. So that's why when we always did the first measures, we always added addition and scoring for women and young people, and it's still active. And this was the best tool that we could create. And then lately, the ministry also designed like the measures for young people. So following the EU system, like, okay, so you will design special measures just for young people, which actually, my question was always like, where did it make any success? So for me, I was always looking in Austria, who had the most funds in rural development, and they didn't stop the population of migration of young people from villages. So, and then I was always willing to see like who succeeded in that. How did you stop young people from going out, and what did you do to bring them back? Actually, so the first for me task would be to find these areas if they exist, at least that they stopped it, and to see what was the reason why they stayed there. Most of the discussions that we had in the former time was like, okay, if you design the measure, take care of one thing. If you give them too much, they will get enough money to go. So like, just, you should always keep them occupied with sufficient money to stay, but not enough to move. Because if they get enough money, they will go. We were joking like here, like what would be one tool? We cut the TV signal there. So if they don't know anything better exists out of there, they will be happy there. Because when they come in the city, so they long for their village and nice clean air, but they don't want to go back, and less of them want to work in agriculture. So this maybe also could be one of the lines for the future developments. So let's cut the agriculture from the story, because agriculture is not interesting for young people. But as you said, the diversification. So not everyone who living in rural areas should work in agriculture. That's wrong concept. So and when we were talking about this, and we talk about the IT sector, so I was imagining like one beautiful village, and you have a modern concept of living buildings where IT people are doing their work with good IT, with a good internet signal, okay, in nice environment, linked with farmers who are preparing food for them, things like that, idyllic situation or picture. So maybe that is the way forward. And then these IT people are young people. So we have, especially if we talk about the challenges that we have them now. So we now in Serbia have a lot of young IT people, especially from Russia, Ukraine, coming and working in Belgrade. So why work in Belgrade? Go in a nice village 200 kilometers away from Belgrade. If you have the nice infrastructure, it's much cheaper than paying an apartment in Belgrade. Okay, maybe they will stay. For them, it's important to have a good signal. So maybe that could, those are the hints. So your task was the most difficult one, because you dealt with a full concept of rural development, people, economic, and geographic. So you had to cover everything. And I hope that this study will actually also take in consideration some of these things. Okay, thank you. You asked.
Very good idea. But I didn't want to bother or to burden the presentation with all the aspects that are going to be included. Of course, it was discussed in the session or the working group yesterday. So the methodology is very careful, of course, to include women, and everything is gender balanced. It has to be. And the concept, after all this is done, this is only the first step, and this is not very big, and it should be bigger, because we discussed it yesterday. It includes so many things. It's not straightforward. It includes people. So it has a lot of variables in it, in the model, and the model is never perfect. But we have to start somewhere, and this we see as a very good initiative and a very good starting point. And we will think about the models, as you suggest, afterwards. We first need to see the situation, and then to discuss about the models and what to do and how to proceed. And I agree, of course, it's not a thing to give them money. We saw that it doesn't work. You're just giving money, it doesn't work. So we have to see or to think about models that are going to be outside of the box and think like the young people maybe. And include young people. I said the group is very young, so I'm the oldest. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Emil. Are there any other questions or comments? I don't name people anymore. Haralampus.
Only a very short comment. I agree entirely with what Alexander said. I think we need policies that go beyond agricultural policy. We need policies that would attract or rather maintain in rural areas not only the young people, but also attract people from the cities, because as we all know now, the whole issue has changed. The pandemic has changed work relations. Distance working is a new reality. And I think we should learn from the example of Spain, which introduced, I think a year ago or 2 years ago, a new ministry defined as the Ministry of Demographic Regeneration and Ecological Transition, devoting lots of money in establishing a new rural environment for people to stay, live, and work in rural areas. Of course, technology, fast internet are preconditions, but also infrastructures. And I think we need here to work on smart infrastructures, because we cannot work on these issues the traditional way. And this is a challenge, in my opinion, for the regeneration of rural areas and the periphery. Thank you.
Thank you, Haralambos. There was one more. Liam?
Yeah, I'm interested, and I think it was a very good idea to have a group like this focusing on youth. I'll just give you two examples I came across working down here over the last couple of years. One was I was flying down from Brussels on Sunday morning, and the guy next to me was an Albanian, a young guy, and we got talking. And I said, "Where are you coming from?" He said, "I'm coming from London, and I'm going back to visit my parents in Tirana." He said, "I want to bring them back to London." And I said, "Why are you working in London?" He said, "Because there are no jobs in Albania. So I can have a better life in London." And I said, "Why are there no jobs?" He said, "Because our politicians don't do anything for us. We don't trust them." He even said they're all corrupt, but I'm not saying that. But that was one, and I suspect that's a common thing you hear from young people down here. Our politicians don't do anything for us. There are no jobs. The other thing I remember is when we used to go out in your countries and visit EPART projects. And I remember visiting many EPART projects where you have a new factory that's making salami or a new dairy plant. And you talk to the owner, and he has got money from Brussels, he's built a new plant, and you say to him, "So now you have your new plant, what's next?" And he said, "I can't find workers," which amazed me. In rural areas where there's a new factory and the owner says, "I can't find young people in the locality." And I said, "Where are these young people?" He said, "They're in Germany working in automotive factories, or they're in Belgium working in McDonald's." So that's very sad when you hear those two things. But all I say is, on the positive side, how can we help young people? I think for young people down here who are living in rural areas, if we can give them a good education in an agricultural college, to teach them that there's a career in agriculture, or in a college that teaches them how to work in a food processing factory, and make them proud of working, you can do something for those young people and give. Because I see my own brothers who are in agriculture now, and I say, "How do you like it?" He said, "I'm my own boss. I have my own farm. It's the best job in the world." And if you talk to people in agriculture, I mean, give somebody a good career. It is a great career. And I think one other thing that will keep people in rural areas, give them broadband. Give them broadband, because if they have broadband coming into the rural areas, they can work and they can locate at home. And I see more and more parts of Europe, people are coming back to the rural areas and they're teleworking on their laptops. They don't have to go to the big city anymore. But the key thing is high-speed broadband. So they're my only contributions.
Thank you very much, Liam. That's our reality, and that should be the vision for the future. Any other comments? Ariola?
Okay, so I will try to be very brief. Two things I had, but I go to the broadband comment. I think we do have broadband access. I've seen this in Albania and in Kosovo. I can't speak for the other countries. But I think what was mentioned by Amy in her presentation, I think what we actually do have is this skills mismatch. So what do I mean by that? We have people in rural areas in Kosovo or Albania who are, in a way, highly educated. You have in villages lawyers, so people who graduated to become lawyers, economists, with the aim of, getting this degree and working in the public sector. This is the aim. And on the other hand, so you have these people who are highly educated. They have this formal education, but in these profiles, or who actually will guarantee you a job only in the public sector. It's, private sector looks different. And on the other hand, we have these small-scale business owners who are striving to find workers, people who would work in the farm or in their hotel or whatever, or even in, in farms, for instance. They don't find workers. And of course, we also had the question, what is happening? So we see these young people staying at home who are highly graduated, and then you have businesses who cannot find workers. And the explanation is simple. You talk to the young people and they will say, they are not willing. I mean, you get a degree to become a lawyer or an economist, you will not work, you are not willing to work in the farm or to do seasonal work, right? And so it seems that we are investing, families, Albanian families or Kosovan families are investing in education, but it's probably investing in a sort of not the right education, or the education with the aim of, as I said, just working in the public sector, but the public sector cannot afford, it's too small to afford to employ all these people. So we have to, and I agree with you, we probably have to sort of switch and maybe push them to go for this kind of colleges or this kind of degrees where they can, for example, be trained to work as a mechanic and, then finish this college and find work as a mechanic, right? Because there is need for drivers, mechanics, farm workers. There is, I agree with you. So this is what we meant by this skills mismatch. So we do have this problem. This was one of the problems. So the problem of education, we really need to work and brainstorm and to research more on this. What can we do here? What is the situation? Get a clearer picture. And as I said, the broadband, I mean, really go to the village and you will see young people, they are in Facebook, they are in Instagram, they have access 24 hours to internet. It's just that some of them will miss soft skills. For example, you go there and you ask them, do you speak, what other languages do you speak? What kind of computer softwares can you use? And they don't. I mean, there is a lack of training in languages, in IT skills. So this is something that it is there, right? So, and I close it. And so, yeah, that was the problem of the skills mismatch and the gender inactivity, right? So gender inactivity, what we mean by that is that we have also females that are highly educated from rural areas, but still staying at home. So not really participating in the labor market. It can be due to many reasons. It can be social norms. It can be because females, they still carry the burden. So the majority of the burden of, to do the work at home. So it's quite complex. But yeah, so this was the question of education, skills mismatching, and gender inactivity as really 3 key problems that we have to deal with in rural areas. Okay.
Thank you very much, Riola. Any other comment? I would like to also refer to Liam's comment on the person who found a job in London because there were no jobs in Albania. Jobs are for sure a very important part of the life of the youth, but I wouldn't say that would be the only element. It's more of the quality of life, and for sure you want to have also health services, educational services, rule of law, justice. So it's a very wide systematic problem of you want to feel secure where you live. So I think there are a lot of areas that we need to fix and work on. So if no more comments, questions, no? Then I would like to thank you, all of the presenters. A round of applause for everyone. And to all of the working group participants. And now I would like to invite my colleague Oliver, who would provide you instructions about what will be going on in the afternoon.
Thank you, Dori. First, lunch today will be after we finish around 1 o'clock at Classic Room, the one that we had cocktail on the 18th. Second thing, the field trip. We have rented a bus that will be here at 3 o'clock. We are leaving to visit a winery and one factory for production of nuts. But we had some people that said yes, somebody said no. So can I ask you please to raise a hand who wants to go to count, you guys? Hey, Peđa, brojte. Dobro da čekaj. Can you please still hold your hands? Okay, less than 50. Over there, we're gonna have dinner as well. So we're not coming back to have dinner here somewhere in the hotel outside, but over there where the winery is, we're gonna have dinner there. And the last thing about the airport transfers, those that they are traveling tomorrow. Mr. Arendas, 2:30 be ready, please. Those that they are flying at 11:50, 9:45. Those that they are traveling with Lufthansa at 2:50, Austrian Airlines at 3 o'clock, Air Serbia at 3:05, 1 p.m. we are leaving from here. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. Now we will take half an hour break and we come back to look at the Tirana Agenda 2022. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can start. For those which are attending the policy forum, I don't know, or had an experience with the previous forums, they know the procedure. For those which are new, fresh, just to explain the procedure. This morning you had a opportunity to hear the summarized discussion of the all 4 groups. In the plenary session, we had these keynote speakers, which, how can I say, send their messages to the forum, to the plenary. And of course, we tried also to debate to the extent possible, because, as you know, the time limitation is always on our neck for this. I know these are nitty-gritties. Subjects are the most important in these discussions. Based on the plenary session yesterday, the lively discussion in the working groups, the secretariat of SWG, together with the help of experts, but also the rapporteurs from this morning session, compiled a document which for the moment is almost 3.5 pages. The procedure is now that we'll go through the text of the forum. I would like to inform also the audience that it has been checked by English speaker, and besides few interventions, as I can see, the text is okay. So please do not pay attention too much on the semantic, because once again, I guess the final version will be edited by, again, professional editors. But please observe whether the content of your discussion is in the document, because, as I explained yesterday, this document is in a condensed version, will be discussed during ministerial meeting in 15th of November in Budva or Bečki? Budva, Bečki, okay. And for the moment, we have announcement of participation of all the ministers from Western Balkans, except from Serbia, for obvious reasons. I guess, yeah, we are expecting, I suppose, this week, next week, definitely, we are expecting. We are expecting a new government, so I suppose that is the reason why the cabinet of in the Ministry of Agriculture is hesitating maybe to communicate. They are waiting probably for the new government, if there will be a new minister. But also we have we have confirmed participation of Minister of Germany, Slovenia. The latest one is Georgia. And I think there is an announcement, informal, of participation of Bulgaria. Hopefully, if we manage on Saturday, once again, to invite Minister of Greece, maybe to take a chance to participate in this forum. We will use that opportunity if there would be a chance. So we will have quite some representation of definitely of the Western Balkans in its full capacity, and of course some of the European member states and neighbors, and of course I just got the confirmation about the participation of Georgia. We are also, how can I say, send the invitations to Ukraine, to Moldova, which has a status of observer within SWG. But I mean, probably due to obvious constraints in that region, maybe they cannot. Hold on. Okay. So I will now go through text part by part. After every part, we'll ask for a contribution, comment. If the audience is quiet, we continue. Otherwise, colleagues, be prepared with the mics if there are interventions. And of course, if you think that we forgot some of the important point in this document, please intervene. But before you intervene, I would like to ask to clear up your mind in terms of how to formulate the sentence, part of the sentence or expression. So forum will discuss this document. I will start. If there is that okay? Can we? Good. Žao mi je. Tu. Agricultural, Darko will go through the text, or no, who is Vlatko? You also, you are going, sorry. Through the text, so you can you see it clearly on the screen? Because we managed. Okay. Agricultural Policy Forum 2022. Agriculture and rural development in the context of green agenda for the Western Balkans, overcoming the impact of the global challenges. 18th to 20th of October 2022, Tirana, Albania. The document is named Tirana Agenda 2022. The 22nd Agricultural Policy Forum, Agriculture and Rural Development in the context of green agenda for the Western Balkans, overcoming the impact of global challenges, hereafter referred to as the Forum, was held on 19th and 20th of October 2022 in Tirana, Albania. The Forum placed a special focus on the impacts of climate change on agriculture in the Western Balkans and the recommended policy actions toward mitigation, including enabling and stimulating organic agricultural production, as well as sustainable vine production and finding respective markets for it, sustainable forest management, developing functional agricultural knowledge and innovation systems, and regional soil partnership in the Western Balkans. Rural youth received attention in the forum due to its potential to be the major driver of sustainable rural development. Okay, until now? I'm continuing. Humanity is being challenged at a level that we have seldom seen before in human history, or at least our generation for sure. Thereby, many challenges to the food system occur simultaneously and are of diverse nature: social, as global food security has been threatened; environmental, as climate change must be tackled; economic, as energy security is currently at a great risk, and food prices are surging. The Forum greatly appreciates the efforts of the EU and the countries' territories of the Western Balkans to accelerate the EU accession process in the region. It encourages the governments in the Western Balkans, and especially the ministries of agriculture, to undertake all the necessary actions in order to respond to the challenges along the way, while focusing on immediate issues, in brackets, food security, increased prices of agricultural inputs as a result of the high energy costs. The country's territories are urged to stay on track with implementation of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. All okay? Thank you. Going subject to the subject. The Tirana Agenda 2022 summarizes the main outcomes as follows. Under 1, the forum recognizes the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans as a driver for the transition to modern, carbon neutral, climate resilient, and resource efficient economies, and for unlocking the potential of the circular economy, sustainable food systems, fighting against pollution, and improving waste management towards a cleaner, safer, and healthier future. The forum strongly encourages the Western Balkan authorities to take advantage of the IPARD instrument and its investment, land management, knowledge and innovation, and rural areas measures as tools for implementation of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. Practically, it says use the entire menu of the measures, not only focusing on the 3. I guess it is clear. The forum underlines the necessity for public debate on the topics included in the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans amongst private, public, civil sector, and academia, substantially and objectively covered by media. Wait for the mic, sorry.
Thank you. Just a short question. You mentioned all the objectives except of biodiversity. Is there a special reason why it is not mentioned?
Does someone wants to comment? Okay, then my explanation. Okay, I know this is not an intro part of the Green Agenda, and maybe it's a narrow thinking. So we can open the floor for discussion. Maybe it is a narrow thinking in terms of that agricultural sector has to have in mind the overall biodiversity, but the intention in the the intention of the sector, at least that is my feeling, is conservation, preservation, and utilization of the agrobiodiversity. What means agrobiodiversity? What we have as a how can I say, richness of our region, because it is a hotspot on biodiversity in the, how can I say, European context, even global context. Balkan is such a place, but with the, how can I say, economic values for the farmers. Not that it is not mentioned, but unfortunately it has not been discussed in this occasion. So maybe that is the, can I hear another opinion? Yes, Christoph.
Yes, thank you. I think that I would agree actually with the comment that either we keep all 5 pillars mentioned, or perhaps we should then focus on sustainable food system. Because otherwise, given that this paragraph really refers to the pillars of Green Agenda for Western Balkans, we in a way imply that biodiversity has no link to agriculture. And I think this is not what we want to say.
I agree. I only tried to interpret why it is not in the agenda. That was the intention. Of course, we agree that biodiversity is it's unavoidable. I mean, agriculture and biodiversity.
So again, I would repeat, either we just stick to
Okay, in
sustainable
which
food
line?
system or
In
we
which
keep-
line to intervene?
I think when you say for unlocking the potential, and then you mention all the pillars, I would just add biodiversity.
Circular economy. Okay, the pillars are also, if you just to remind you, on transport, on energy, and so on. So
No, you have the pollution here. You have sustainable food systems, circular economy. Now you add, if you add biodiversity, and the fifth one I think was about climate.
okay, I will read it again, and then please react. Yeah. Tassos, please.
Is that on? Yeah. Okay. No, I think it's one of these things that I mean, whether you put biodiversity in, we can have a whole list, because if you put biodiversity, when it comes to agriculture, you need to put also soil, air, and water. And then the text becomes longer and longer. I think sometimes we have the tendency to overburden text with words, missing the point that is already included in all the other aspects. I mean, you don't unlock the potential of biodiversity. You actually address problems that we have in biodiversity, but then we have to address all the other long lists. So I don't see why biodiversity is missing, but I see why people are oversensitive in terms of that. But if they're oversensitive in biodiversity, then we have to be oversensitive in issues that are much more under our control. And soil, clearly, and water are under our control. So, and then the text becomes pretty long. In my view, everything is implicitly in, but if people feel...
Is a sustainable food system include biodiversity? Legitimate question from my side. So, because in the sentence, okay, I read it from the beginning. So, and read it maybe slowly. The forum recognizes the green agenda for the Western Balkans as a driver for transition to modern, carbon neutral, climate resilient and resource efficient economies, and for unlocking the potential of the circular economy, sustainable food systems, fighting against pollution, and improving waste management towards a cleaner, safer, and healthier future. Do we have it all in? I think if we generalize things, even transport is here. I mean, energy efficient means energy. So, okay, no, the forum. If someone insists to put biodiversity, it's there. I will then read it, including the word biodiversity. So I think it will not harm if the forum agrees. Okay, once again, the forum recognizes the green agenda for the Western Balkans as a driver for a transition to modern, carbon neutral, climate resilient, and resource efficient economies, and for unlocking the potential of the circular economy, sustainable food systems, biodiversity, fighting against pollution, and improving waste management toward a cleaner, safer, and healthier future. Tassos?
I'm invited here, and you can do whatever you want. But what you put in there commits you. If you unlock the potential of the circular economy, you can take concrete measures. If you unlock the potential of sustainable food systems, you can take concrete measures. If you unlock the potential of biodiversity, what you do is you bind yourself with a series of factors that are mostly exogenous to agriculture and mostly are driven by other type of things. And this is the typical way, and we have it in all the sustainability development goals, where people compare what we say with what we do, and they come up with a logic that it is another policy failure, while you can have all sort of policy successes if you focus on other areas, and then you can say, and by the way, I measure the measures, And these particular measures have a positive impact also on biodiversity, also on soil, also on water, also on emissions, which are also missing, by the way, by words. And because this is linked to the CAP, there are 4 things that we put in the CAP: soil, air, water, and biodiversity. Either they go together or they are implicitly in what you have. But that's a personal opinion.
Just to clarify to the forum, the commitment, at least as discussed and also as captured within the Green Agenda for the Western Balkan Action Plan, as the action plan was adopted in, can you turn off these mics? Ajde, сега može. Maybe not. Just to maybe clarify the picture. The Green Agenda for the Western Balkan Action Plan was adopted in Brdo. Maybe 40% of all the topics. For the rest, we simply do not have resources in, I mean, neither, how can I say, financial means nor capacities for the moment, human, to handle that. But it was agreed with UICN, is that, or IUCN, IUCN, sorry, with IUCN that SWG and the Ministries of Agriculture can take care about the agrobiodiversity part and all the, I don't know, wild species and so on, different, flowers and so on, are kind of under their coordination, regional coordination. And in one part under Action 53, if I'm not wrong, the sustainable forest management should be, how can I say, our task, and the rest it's there. So that is how it is. I would agree with Tassos that we do too much. And by the way, the result of this document is out of a discussion, whether it is our mistake, whether someone didn't mention clearly or pass the message, or there was no debate about the biodiversity. We simply not trying to get away from that, but simply we are not ready to step into the subject. And I said our commitment is only on the conservation, preservation of the agrobiodiversity part in terms of different type of, I don't know, grains, also animals and so on, which are part of our biodiversity richness. Dragana, Blinkov.
Soil is within the sustainable food system, also with the water, and then we can put biodiversity in the second sentence together with the part instrument, because there is agro-environmental measures, and I think we will not lose the biodiversity. It is very important for the agriculture, but for me, it is better to be on the, maybe on the second sentence.
Dada, just that. You mentioned fighting against pollution. Why pollution? Pollution is only one type of soil degradation or water degradation. I suggest to be fight against soil and water degradation, because it's very important for the agriculture. In this case, you have descent compares, so a loss of soil organic matter, loss of nutrients, erosion, etc. All in this soil and water degradation, fighting against soil water degradation. There are agroecological measures for this.
Help from the people. Okay, it is an academic part of the discussion. I would like to ask, what is the vocabulary usually used in the EU?
Soil degradation.
Degradation for sure, but I haven't heard about water degradation, or maybe I'm...
If I may, I think that we are getting into a bit of trouble with this. And I think that, but maybe because I misread in this first point, do you want to refer here to actually pillars of the green agenda? Because if we want to refer to the pillars, 5 pillars of green agenda, and that's what I tried to say earlier, and this is factual. If we really talk about agriculture, and also your role as WG, this is about sustainable food system, pillar 5. With these additional things, yes, okay, pillar 4.
Pillar 5 is biodiversity.
Yeah. So in this case, I would really stick to this, because what we have in these 5 pillars is the pollution, it's biodiversity, it's decarbonization, it's sustainable agriculture, and what is the 5th one? No, I mentioned it.
Circular economy is
circular
3.
economy.
Yeah, circular economy is 3, sustainable
Exactly.
agriculture 4, biodiversity
So
5.
why do you actually, if this paragraph is about these 5 pillars, why do we mention other pillars which are not directly related to sustainable food system? Because this is a specific pillar, and we do not want to mention all of them. For me, but this is my personal view, either we say sustainable food system, which I agree with Tassis and with the others, includes actually a lot, including the pollution, water, soil, and air. Because, by the way, we do not have a specific pillar in Green Agenda about water, soil, and so on. We have actions, but not pillars. While for biodiversity, there is a specific pillar. So that's why I just wanted to clarify these facts.
Okay, thanks for clarification. Thanks to everyone. Would it be, again, I'm asking the forum, would it be agrobiodiversity a part which refers to this forum? Is that kind of acceptable, or we just say biodiversity? Because we know that within this biodiversity, we do have our role, for sure. The thing is that we didn't raise that topic.
Sorry.
Okay. Now I will hear a few more, and then I will take my role as a... Okay, I'm trying to reach a consensus, so Milan.
To my understanding, we can unlock potential in circular economy and sustainable food safety. For others, we have responsibilities or commitments to take care about that. Maybe we can overcome this putting before biodiversity with strong commitment to preserve biodiversity and just to follow further. Then unlock potential is not related to fighting against to the last 3 pillars. We unlock potential first 2 pillars of green agenda and with strong commitment to preserve and further biodiversity. Yeah.
Let's try where exactly. Okay, Vanya as well.
Instead of fight against pollution, sustainable soil and water management. Sustainable soil and water management. It encompasses everything, starting for degradation, etc., and connection to other.
Isn't our how can I say, practices which are polluting, and if we abandon, isn't a little bit a fight against pollution? I know it sounds like too environmentally.
We have loss of organic matter, loss of nutrients, erosion, loss of topsoil. This is much more important South Europe and Southeast Europe.
Dragana, we have discussed that. Okay, thank you. We have discussed that we know that the pollution itself in the Balkans is only limited to the industrial, how can I say, areas, spots around the big, how can I say, waste dumps and so on. We know that that is not a general problem in the Western Balkans. We agreed. But if we now discuss pollution, yes, it is. Maybe on a limited or smaller scale. Then, okay. If the
fighting against agro ecosystems degradation, that comprises everything: soil, water, whatever, forestry, air, agro ecosystems degradation.
Okay, so the proposal is agro ecosystems. I cannot hear. No, debate is good. Come on, it's it's about the forum is about the debate. Agro ecosystems degradation. Is that acceptable for the forum? If you have doubts, but not explicitly against, is that correct? Okay, I'll read it hopefully for the last time. Okay, hopefully reading for the last time. That help. The forum recognizes the green agenda for the Western Balkans as a driver for a transition to modern, carbon neutral, climate resilient and resource efficient economies, and for unlocking the potential of the circular economy, sustainable food systems, and fighting against agro-ecosystem degradation, and improving waste management toward a cleaner, safer, and healthier future. It's already too long, but let's ask the forum. So, as much as we tried, I said this is a 3.5 pages document, and you really have to read it the way we are reading in order to encompass everything. And again, at the end, I will have to have a not more than 5 slides for the politicians. We are among the family. We discuss openly, so good. Okay, can we go further, Edwin, if you agree? Thank you. Where I am now. I will only read the last sentence. The forum underlines the necessity for public debate on the topics included in the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans among private, public, civil sector, and academia, substantially and objectively covered by media. Going further.
We received a number of comments from Hannes Lorenzen in the meantime. And should we include them?
Hannes, I like you, but you're not here. And sorry, we cannot debate. Okay, I know. Ciao, Hannes. He's online. So I apologize. Technically, it's impossible to. Are they? Okay, you are
There's
his
one
spokesman.
comment on in this sentence. The forum underlines the necessity for public debate and democratic inclusion of citizens.
That is public debate.
and democratic inclusion of citizens.
I know Hannes is referring mainly to wider public, which includes the civil society mostly and their voice. I think it is correct. It is the European way, I would say. Okay, Dori, Hannes, we accept the. Okay, make a note. We will include it later. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Hannes. Number 2. To adapt agriculture to the impacts of climate change, the Forum urges the Western Balkan countries' territories to improve the availability of agricultural statistics and meteorological observations, including weather data and remote sensing, GIS. Farming systems need to be diversified to adapt the choice of varieties and cropping cycles, enable efficient resource use, as well as soil conserving cropping practices. Institutional should be adjusted to incentivize nature-based solutions. Clear, I think. Except that I cannot pronounce this word. But I know what it means. But, okay. Number 3. EU's Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, remains a benchmark for agricultural policies in the Western Balkans. However, the long-lasting period of pre-accession has a negative impact on the adoption of all CAP elements. To enable the creation of effective agricultural and rural development policies aligned with the CAP, the Forum recommends further improvements in the institutional setting, including interinstitutional and intersectoral cooperation, and simplification of the administrative and control systems for policy implementation. Okay. The budget for structural and rural development measures should be more substantial, and adequate support needs to be dedicated to promoting quality of life and employment in rural areas. Okay, Hannes has a thanks.
So the proposal is for this sentence to be dedicated to promote quality of life, comma, innovative rural infrastructure, to strengthen added value chains, attraction of young people, and employment. Innovative rural infrastructure to strengthen added value chains. Comma, attraction of young people.
Now my question is, okay, isn't too long sentence? Can we I have the impression that we want to condense all in as much as we are trying to make it. Okay, reading once again. The forum recommends, and there are at least 10 recommendations in this sentence. Okay, let's go one by one. The forum recommends further improvements in the institutional setting, including interinstitutional and intersectoral cooperation and simplification of the administrative and control systems for policy implementation. The budget for structural and rural development measures should be more substantial, and adequate support needs to be dedicated to promoting quality of life, innovative rural infrastructure, to strengthen added value chains, attraction of young people, and employment in rural areas. It's okay? Thank you.
Oh. Because added value chains is a little bit tricky.
Hannes' suggestion is only value chains. I think it's include. Okay, agroeconomists confirm. So only added value chains. Is this correct? This okay? Without added. Thank you all. Thank you, Hannes. I'm again lost. Okay, sorry, apologies. Further alignment with EU policies is needed for linking payments to cross-compliance standards. This was the discussion from this morning during breakfast as well. The forum calls for a transformation of the agri-food systems to eradicate poverty, improve food and nutrition security, and support rural development while protecting environment. I think it's clear. That should be done by the use of abandoned and uncultivated land, expansion of storage capacities, intervention in the food reserves, and reduction of food waste. Tassos is not around. I think he would react on this food waste. Okay. Resources and capacities focusing on regional cooperation should be enhanced in order to address cross-border issues such as climate change. What do you think about climate change adaptation? The last thing, because even if we are strengthened, we cannot prevent the climate change. This comes as a consequence, but to deal with the adaptation should be our focus, I think. Is that, or climate change is just a general term? Well, that is my dilemma. Mitigation. To which extent our small region is contributing to the climate change? Minor, insignificant. So let's talk about mitigation in Western Europe, in United States, India, China. We are small region, and we can maybe waste resources on mitigation, but we just have to adapt. We are stuck here and cannot really contribute. No, okay, in general, yes, you always can improve things and so on, but are we really the one to mitigate? We are suffering from the consequences of the climate change. That is my...
This is of course true, Boban, but at the same time, all countries have their nationally determined actions with goals with mitigation goals, and you have to achieve these somehow, because otherwise you fail on your commitments. The commitments are small because it's small countries, but they are still commitments. So I agree with your point. But...
There are commitments. I agree as well. are we going to really change the picture? But that is the problem. We are already late. I was listening to your presentation. We already are in trouble. So why not concentrate it on adaptation and, of course, taking into consideration these environmental friendly things, which is already a mitigation itself. Or it can stay as it is. Okay, maybe I raised the discussion. Maybe we can just leave it as it is. We know what it is. Climate change, mitigation, actions. Yes.
I'm sorry, I must intervene to the previous sentence regarding the use of abandoned and uncultivated land. Can we add sustainable use?
I think it is understandable. We all talk about, in the previous point, we talk about sustainable food systems and so on. So this is not another subject. This is only continuation of it. So it is, I think, according to my understanding, it is already understandable.
Okay.
Sorry. Well, if you go back in the previous point,
okay,
2 points,
if you think, yes.
it is a flow of, so it is kind of common sense in also this. Maybe for this climate change, can we just add the consequences? Is that maybe more realistic? Resources and capacities, focusing on regional cooperation, should be enhanced in order to address cross-border issues such as climate change consequences. This or the other way, all affected, not everyone. Sorry, I don't want to overtake the discussion of for. Okay, I think that's to address cross-border challenges such as climate change. Now is okay, huh? Okay, so it has a logic. Good. Going further. Number 4. The forum calls public authorities in the Western Balkans to enable functional and integrated agricultural knowledge and innovation systems, AKIS brackets, in the region. This would be a long-term process that could be achieved gradually through steps that focus on the transfer of knowledge pertinent to addressing the impact of the global challenges of food security and climate change. National action plans should be adopted, leading to enhancing existing and creating new structures and forms of networking, capacity building, and knowledge exchange of all actors in the agri-food systems. The level of awareness of farmers should be raised on the benefits of the use of knowledge, technology, and innovation. Use of all financing mechanisms, including IPARD, support for the knowledge-based measures should be availed as a part of this process. I think I have heard that the biggest debate was in this group about formulating this paragraph. So I think, okay, good. So thanks, did a good job. Number 5, in the past year, the market situation has deteriorated dramatically, with high energy and fertilizer prices having a particularly severe impact on the agricultural sector in general. Therefore, efficient management of energy, reducing the use of fertilizers and pesticides remain important factors for sustainable development. No reaction. In addition to these challenges, the wine sector also copes with a scarce supply of glass bottles and other packaging materials. Further on, it is expected that the demand for wine will decrease. Therefore, the Forum confirms that further improving the competitiveness of producers and the reduction of the environmental impact of the wineries should continue to be among the highest priorities for the Western Balkans. For example, new fungus resistant grape varieties are available on the market and can help reduce the use of pesticides by up to 80% in humid climate conditions. Promotion and information campaigns are needed to make the wine sector more attractive for young producers and make consumers aware of wine as a part of a healthy Mediterranean diet. Confirm.
I'm not a native English speaker, but I think up in the text, it will be better to use prudent use, not reduced use, reducing the use of fertilizers and pesticides, because it's not always a question about reducing the use, but more prudent use in sense that they should know how to use it.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Are we now on a language side or on a technical side? Professor Blesic, Bertold, prudent use of pesticides. Sorry? Acceptable. Bertold, Lutz, is Lutz around? Huh? Okay, prudent. Is that okay? Good, thank you. Thank you, Dragce. How about the Mediterranean diet? Is that... Okay, it's a small digression.
But you have prudent use. You have then by up to 80%. So we need to. We are talking about decrease by 80%.
The prudent should be up in the text, not here. Reducing the use of fertilizers and pesticides. Therefore, efficient management of energy, prudent use of fertilizers and pesticides, and then the same to be used down without reducing.
The other
Okay.
hand, let's also put that way. There are certain goals within the Green Deal, and okay, the indicators in our case in the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans are not finalized, but we are following the EU objectives to reduce the use of pesticides by 30% by, am I right? 50%.
This sentence is only related to the new fungus-resistant grape varieties that they can help reduce the use of pesticides.
I think in the second part is okay,
Yeah.
but is that also? I know what you mean. They have to be careful about how they are using, how much they are using, and so on. I understand in that way. Okay. To reduce. Good. Okay. Prudent is okay. Careful and so on. To reduce. Ne, Dare, ne tu. Prudent, where is, gde si? Ne. Dare. Gore. Prudent use of fertilizers and pesticides.
Can help to reduce here.
Okay. Is now okay? Do you agree? Okay. Markovic.
Just one suggestion, maybe I'm not right. At the beginning of this paragraph, when you read first sentence, my impression is it's related to food sector. Why shouldn't we put wine sector or wine at the beginning of the fifth part? Just it's related to the general, but it would be better the market situation in wine sector, something similar. Okay.
I agree. The first sentence mainly relate to the intro part within the global challenges. I think we practically covered this issue. I assume that the colleagues in the wine group were trying to see the broader picture, okay, or they concentrate on wine, but again, as an intro statement within this point number 5. So shall we skip the first? Okay, if we read it, I mean, high energy fertilizer prices are affecting all sectors, not only wine. So, shall we, Milan? Shall we leave it like this, and then while editing, because I think you're right. This first part belongs to the intro part in the first 2 paragraphs of the agenda, and are very correct, even formalized like yeah.
No, I just want to stress we related one topic or one working group to the wine sector, nothing else.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Please give us the freedom, because whatever it is said here in these first 4 lines in paragraph 5 are, according to my understanding, belong to the intro part in the general Tirana agenda subject. Darko, please mark as a, not with yellow, mark, because then we can... Yes.
In general, the whole agricultural sector is
we are on the same line. The thing is that Professor Markovic says that exactly you are saying the same thing with how can I say, that is also how I understand. These first 2 sentences belongs to the general, how can I say, statement which goes under the first page. And if you give us that freedom to incorporate that part, because I know what you did, you discuss it in your group, and in order to come to the wine sector, you just have these 2 sentences. Exactly, or the flow of the text. Is this accepted? As it is written, it is very correct. No doubt. The thing is whether it belongs, when you look at the structure of the document, whether it belongs there. That's the. Okay. So. The wine sector continues to aim at high quality wine, and access to research, innovation, and knowledge will encourage wineries to improve the quality of their grape and wine production. Clear. However, if the market situation is to become worse in 2023, specific tailor-made measures might be needed to support small producers in particular. I would, for the ministerial meeting, I would like to ask the wine group to give us at least small set of measures in order even to propose.
Reformulate. I think if we know what will happen for the future, definitely it will be needed. Because the price is going up, all agricultural inputs maybe need to reformulate a little bit different. But we know the market situation, it's worse.
Okay. Can I try to help? Instead of however, if the market situation has become worse, can we just say it is expected or it is foreseen that the market situation is to become worse in 2023 and specific tailor-made measures should be designed to support producers, small producers in particular. I think Bekim is right because we know that things will rather become worse than yeah, all indicates that the situation will be worse than this year. But in that case, Bekim, Bogdanka, please make sure set of 4 lines what ministers has to do. Do you agree? Yes.
Boban, just a comment. I mean, this agenda is a political document. It's aimed at mainly politicians. It's now over 3 pages long.
Yes.
In my view, you're trying to put too much into it. And if I take the wine paragraphs, so we're talking about new fungus-resistant varieties. We're talking about how the market might go next year. I don't think going into detail like that is too much for a doc. And all I'm saying to you is maybe not change now, but when you sit down later, you should be looking at how do you shorten the document a little bit so that you get the key messages to politicians, because we all know with politicians, they read half a page, that's it. And they only want to know 5 or 6 bullets. Here, you're trying to cover too much, in my opinion.
Liam, I agree with you, but we went through the kind of a transparent and pretty democratic process. So this is the result of the work. Of course, I agree with you. In order to, they will have the entire document in front of them, but I will make a condensed version in several slides. Maybe invite some of you colleagues to help me to back up the statements in a very condensed way, to do this and that, this is coming, this is, you know, we know the techniques, nothing working behind the scene with the politicians, their political yes is necessary. So therefore, I agree with you, but this is what we get at the end. So I think all these people, or big majority of them, participated in that. And I also understand that the two technical issues sometimes are overburdening the policy document, but they are important. And they are, at the end, part of this discussion. Thank you very much. Be prepared by you receive an invitation that you present the document in front of the ministers. And you are free, of course, to speak about it. So, okay. So it is foreseen or it is expected? What is better? Expected? Rudy?
Or the simple word will, because it's expected that it will.
Okay, now I'm trying to understand, okay, the Commission way of doing things, because you know that it will. We all, at least, it is expected, and I know you're right, how to be neutral, but
if the market trends persist in 2023.
okay, can we, okay, if the current trends continues to...
Boban, I'm having one question.
Where are you? Oh, sorry.
According to the presentation for the wine group, it was actually outputted that the small producers are in the focus. So why the situation worse? We know that we need to support them. So it's better just to put it that a specific focus on the small producers should be done by the tailor-made measures. And this is it.
That is clear. That is clear. Whether we already know, and if we know how to formulate that, so that again we keep as Rudy said, some kind of a neutrality in our. Okay, then if the market trends continue to stay like this, in 2023, specific tailor-made measures will be needed or should be developed to support small producers in particular. Is that correct statement? If the market trend continues, okay, in case that negative trend, market trend continues, in 2023, specific tailor-made measures should be developed to support small producers in particular. Yes, Lutz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea of the last sentence was that small producers are about to leave the wine sector because they are close to be bankrupt. This was the idea behind the sentence, and I can agree with this, but I can agree with the original as well.
I will read,
Thank you.
because I saw you entering now. The previous statement was starting. However, if the market situation is to become worse in 2023,
specific tailor-made measures might be needed to support small producers in particular. The discussion is that we already know that the trends will continue and that things will become worse, and try to pre-formulate or reformulate the entire sentence, and now we are now trying to find a solution. That was also the suggestion of Rudy van der Stappen. So can you agree with this last? Please, if there is a different opinion, please raise it. Let's discuss. We are trying to reach consensus. So the last proposal is, in case, and I think this is more or less the same, in case that the negative market trend continues in 2023, specific tailor-made measures should be developed to support small producers in particular. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Organic now. Point number 6. The forum calls for enhancing the export of organic goods from Western Balkans to the EU market by accelerating the process of adopting action plans for transposition, implementation, and enforcement of Regulation 2018-848 with implementing and delegated regulations, bringing the existing group of operators into compliance with the requirements of the EU organic regulation as soon as possible. Strengthening the capacity of laboratories testing products, especially with regard to pesticide residues. Incorporating the principles of the official control regulation as a standalone law or integrating into the organic law. In particular, in parallel, the domestic regional organic market needs to be developed by stimulating the demand for organic goods, securing consumer confidence, promoting the benefits of organic farming, supporting local and small volume processing in short supply chains. It is a very specific call and an urgent need. I know it does not have this broader aspect, but it is a... Where is Branko? Branko not here. Do you have any comment of that? I also will follow what Liam says. Okay, this should be 1 point and 1 sentence, I would say. Adopt the regulation 848 for the obvious reasons and make a scheme support to export or to still keep the market open in the EU and make the promotion of organic and develop the organic market. I would do that in 2 sentences, but maybe these are 2 sentences, but pretty long. Okay, if there are no comments, it stays like this. 7. The forum emphasizes the need for investment in soil monitoring and enhancing policy coherence for development of soil management practices, considering that land use change, contamination, erosion, and loss of organic carbon are serious threats to soil health. Moreover, it is necessary to harmonize the goals set within the strategic documents of the Western Balkan countries/territories with the requirements set in the new EU soil strategy for 2030. Capacity building should be conducted for all stakeholders, from policymakers to farmers, to increase the level of awareness for proper implementation of sustainable soil management practices. Regional soil partnership should be established to improve knowledge exchange and identify examples of best practices for soil protection from pollution and degradation. Darko, my suggestion, regional soil partnership, I would like to put Western Balkan Regional Soil Partnership with all capital letters, because that will be an initiative. It's not only it's a format of partnership, which is in line with the global soil partnership, European soil partnership, and it's a, in line with the sub-regional soil partnerships, such as Alpine soil partnership. Therefore, I think we should, and put it on bold, if possible. Okay. Thank you. Point 8. Climate change presents a significant potential risk in achieving sustainable forest management. Following the EU Forest Strategy, Forest Europe principles, and other international commitments, the Forum recognized the importance of multifunctional forest management as an approach to fulfilling economical, ecological, and social needs of the society in Western Balkan countries' territories. Close to nature forest management has been proposed as the main concept for improving conservation value and climate resilient multifunctional managed forest, but implementation of this concept is in the initial phase in the Western Balkans. I would skip this, but the implementation of the concept. It's not a statement, it's a information for foresters. Do you agree? We put the focus on what needs to be done. We know that in many aspects we are in initial phase, so, or is that accepted? Yes. Okay, what? Yeah, very good question. I tried to understand in several occasions. Foresters, can you explain the close to nature forest management?
The close to nature forest management in the broader sense means the concept that follows the natural processes and that actually our intervention is just following them. So it's in the broader sense. And this is recognized by the EU biodiversity strategy as one of the concepts that can support some kind of the friendly biodiversity management intervention in the forest. Just, I don't know, did I answer? Yes.
Yeah, close to nature is the, maybe I read it, or use the accent not correctly. Yes, please, take a mic.
Sir, we speak, it's next step, if we compare with the sustainable forestry, you know.
Tako dokle smo do Western Balkan region? Ili celo smo? Yeah. Creating a regional platform for strengthening long-term cooperation and exchange of best practices or practices? Praxis. Best practices. Practices. Sorry, once again, practices. Practices. Yeah, that was my... Once again, creating a regional platform for strengthening long-term cooperation and exchange of best practices in the region could serve as effective tools toward towards creating vital and resilient forest ecosystems that can stand over climate change risks. Could serve as effective tool. Два. Okay. Foresters, nothing to add? Vital. This is specific vocabulary, I suppose, but
it's also related to this concept of the close to nature forest management. If I want to explain you more in the details, but in fact, this is by doing the close to nature forest management, you create the particular trees inside the stands, which are much, so to say, have a better preconditions to survive some kind of the climate change issues in the forest than the other, let's say, trees in the stands. So we try to create by our measure some trees which are, so to say, the leader in economical terms, and also those trees have a better, now I'm going into the technical details, better crown, better root system, because they are managed in the way to sustain climate change issues like a drone fall, a precipitation fall, and or higher temperature. So it's in that terms means vital than other, I would say. I don't know. Did I answer?
are you okay with the explanation? Okay, we will. Two points more. The forum recognizes the importance and underutilized potential of the rural youth for development of rural areas. Massive rural out-migration has been occurring, especially among the rural youth population. In that context, the forum strongly encourages the creation and implementation of policies that support rural youth to become more visible as agents of change in the agri-food systems, as well as enhance their contribution to the sustainability of rural areas and rural development in the Western Balkans. Okay, clear, right? Okay, we have one online contribution from our friend Hannes Lorenzen in the 10th point. I think this one we finished. Number 10. The forum sees regional cooperation and solidarity as an answer to all the above-mentioned challenges. Regional cooperation is a must under the current circumstances presented and debated during the forum, and it is the best mid-term operational mode for overcoming the challenges in the region within the agriculture and rural development sector before the full accession of the Western Balkans in the EU. What is the suggestion of... Okay, Dare, press the mic.
Suggestion is to add the paragraph, and I'm writing it right now, so in that sense...
I would like to ask Hannes is, I see already the intention, what he's suggesting to make the statement, how can I say, tougher. But my doubt is whether this this statement is suitable for policy brief, kind of a. Hannes, I know what you're doing, so. He can hear us, but okay. I will read from the beginning. The forum sees regional cooperation and solidarity as an answer to all the above mentioned challenges. Regional cooperation is a must under the current circumstances presented and debated during the forum, and it is the best midterm operational mode for overcoming the challenges in the region within the agriculture and rural development sector before the full accession of the Western Balkans in the EU. In this way, the Western Balkan countries / territories offer a dedicated, cohesive added value to the current member states of the EU. The faster and deeper the internal cooperation and solidarity in the region advances, the stronger the positive impact on the development and reform of the EU will be. Okay, I'm not sure that this will be at the end probably doesn't make sense. Well, okay, the sooner we are in, the better for the EU. That is in one. That is how I understand. No, but okay, no, it is. Now it's a time also to pass another type of message. We are Europeans. Why EU is doubting about that? Not geographically, mentally we are in the EU. In this way, okay, I agree, but no, I know what Hannes was trying to do is just saying the faster the process of integration in the EU of the Western Balkans is, the better for the EU or for the Europe in general. I mean, that is how I read now. Okay, if someone can maybe make a better formulation for the same thing, I'm. Hannes, I cannot debate with you at the moment. No one is raising a voice, so okay. Yes. Please, please, on the mic. I know I have a problem sometimes to repeat my thoughts.
Okay, if you just as an idea, start with the second sentence. The faster the internal cooperation and solidarity in the region advances, and then continue. The Western Balkan territories offer a dedicated, cohesive, or offer a better dedicated, cohesive value to the EU. Yes.
Okay, I have another proposal, maybe to reframe the whole thing in a sense that we also urge the EU to accelerate the process of integration. Consequently, it will bring the benefits for the entire European continent, or in that context. Is that maybe Liam, please.
What I would do is sentence: the Western Balkan countries, territories offer a dedicated cohesive added value to the current member states of the EU. Delete the very last bit and say, which will add to the overall development of the European Union in the future.
Okay.
Which will add to the overall development of the EU in the future.
Okay. Hannes, I hope you are okay with how about the rest of the participants? Okay. I think the easy part, this is usually the conclusion of the.
There's a problem with the last part.
So do we keep the first sentence? In this way, the Balkanic territories offer a dedicated, cohesive, added value to the current member states of the EU. And maybe delete the second one. Or rephrase it.
Then the first sentence is maybe not needed.
I don't think we need will be at the end.
Yes. But also the
And
first.
I don't think we need in this way in the beginning. Okay.
Something was not good, so we want to rephrase it to the second. Not your suggestion, but the whole sentence, the whole paragraph was not okay. But I want to add your suggestion in the second, at the last sentence. So, the faster and deeper the internal cooperation and solidarity in the region advance.
I said which will result in a positive impact on the overall development of the European Union.
Which will result. Delete stronger. The faster and deeper the internal cooperation and solidarity in the region advances will result in the positive impact on the development and reform of the EU. Or overall, you mentioned overall, or in the future, how you.
I would say development and expansion of the EU in the future. It's not reform.
Not reform. Expansion.
There is still a problem in the last part.
Grammatically, yeah.
When you start with the faster and deeper, it has to be followed by the more or the better. Okay? So the faster and deeper the internal cooperation and solidarity in the region advances, the more positive the impacts on development and expansion of the European Union in the future. Something like that. Yeah.
Changing the vision, I think, is now okay. Thank you very much.
The more
Last.
positive the impacts on the development and the expansion of the European Union. Oh, I'm sorry. Of the European Union, full stop.
Full stop after the EU. There's future to appreciate. It's obvious it will be in the future. So. Please. Is now okay. I need a consensus. I'm looking at all of you. Thank you very much. Further, the last two paragraphs. This is, just to explain, this is part of the regular rotation, how can I say, technology applied in running the regional cooperation within the SWG, where the presidency of the one country ends with the forum and starts with the ministerial meeting of the next country. So the presidency of Montenegro will start in November, formally will be concluded on the assembly meeting in December. I mean, the transition period. And Montenegro, in the beginning, is organizing the ministerial meeting, and also year after is organizing the, or will be a host of the Agricultural Policy Forum. So from the formal part, that to explain. The forum agreed that Tirana Agenda 2022 will be presented and discussed at the 16th annual working meeting of ministers of agriculture from Southeastern Europe on the 15th of November 2022 in Bečići, Montenegro. Bečići or Budva? How was in the invitation? Bečići. You know, we just send the invitations to come to Bečići. Okay, no, I'm asking Montenegrin hosts how they.
Budva is municipality, Bečići is just part of the municipality. I don't know.
Is it a village or is it just a part of the municipality? Sorry? Okay, I will ask Montenegrins where we are going.
To Budva.
Budva, thank you very much. Change. In Budva, Montenegro. So let's not make a confusion. Okay. Point number 2. This agenda will be conveyed to the EU institutions, UN agencies, and other relevant national and international institutions and organizations. This means that the Secretariat, after the adoption, and once again, how can I say, editing language-wise, the whole document will be sent to all our ministries, members, as well as all observer countries within the SWG systems, also to all the EU relevant institutions, so practically goes to DG Agri, DG NIR, DG Environment. Also in this case, we can also send it to the cabinet of Miss von der Leyen. Miss, yes, I sent Miss. And also the UN, of course, and of course the institutions which are cooperating with us, the universities, the academia, institutes, and our supporters, GIZ, FAO, and so on. We also decide that the 23rd Agricultural Policy Forum will take place in autumn in next year in Montenegro, which will be hold the SWG presidency for 2023. The Agricultural Policy Forum 2022 was held under the joint auspices of Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Albania and the Regional Rural Development Standing Working Group in Southeastern Europe. The participants of Agricultural Policy Forum 2022 highly appreciated the support provided by the convening institutions and organizations, European Commission, in brackets, DG Agriculture and Rural Development, German government, shall I put German federal government or federal government of Republic of Germany? What is the correct? Colleagues from ministry, German government is okay. And then in brackets, Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture, BML, Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ. Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. Dear participants, I think I can pronounce that the Tirana Agenda 2022 has been adopted with consensus. Your applause was the sign for this. And at the end, would like to thank you, first of all, for your active participation, dedication into discussion, debates during the forum, and for, of course, compiling this policy document, which in our regional cooperation world is a guidance for the next steps in the year ahead, or practically until the next October. Also would like to thank to the official host, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Albania, her Minister Ms. Krivca, and her staff. Once again, on my behalf and on behalf of my colleagues, also would like to thank the colleagues from EU, from different institutions, BML, GIZ, FAO, all the colleagues from the ministries, all the experts present here. Of course, special thanks to my colleagues, my team. So Dori was in front of the leading the organization and logistics, but I would like to thank you all, guys. You did a good job. All the reflections that came to me were very positive from everyone. I don't know whether they were just polite or honest. I think they were polite. So the colleagues, on my behalf, thank you very much. And until next year, we will continue, okay, to pursue even new initiatives coming out from this agenda, but also some commitments we have done in the previous period. Hopefully, we are opening up cooperation or maybe extending and prolonging cooperation with BML on the forestry issue. This was somehow unofficially discussed. Yesterday, I mentioned to the forestry group that we still have to discuss, we still have to see the result of the assessment on the forestry sector and the recommendations, as well as a decent planning needs to be done. In front of us also, as a SWG Secretariat, is a discussion with a big European project initiative for the moment, EU for Green, led by Umweltbundesamt of Austria, Environmental Agency of Austria. The format is project, it's called EU for Green, to discuss maybe to open some of the boxes within the green agenda for the Western Balkans. I don't know how this discussion will go. In the beginning was a little bit discouraging and disappointing. Hopefully we can come up to certain agreement. The cooperation with GIZ is stable, I would say, and also the intention is to extend in terms of time frame and as well as financially, which we are very grateful to our colleagues. And this is also the recognition for the good work of, I would say, all of you, because you are in this or the other way are participating in all the technical working groups, colleagues from the ministries in the technical departments, but also departments of international coordination and cooperation are also contributing to this work. So on that side, it is also your, I would say, contribution to this, to development of this cooperation. Again, asking the colleagues, the EU official, to urge, because it's a pity that since 2018, so it will be almost 5 years, SWG does not have any direct link to DG NEAR, which is a pity because in order to go to operationalize this cooperation via intermediaries, it's a little bit even harder for us, and along the way, I think the resources are being lost. So if you can pass that message to the management, or while you are writing your briefs and the reports, please just say. On the other hand, we last year on the ministerial meeting, we kind of discussed the increased contribution from our governments. The decision has been taken. I know there is a hard time now, and budgetary, how can I say, the belt is being, but still we will raise that issue on the ministerial meeting, whether our governments, again, it's not a significant, I would say, financial burden for our governments, but whether that will still exist, because it is a pity that regional cooperation is driven mainly by the donors' intervention, financial intervention, where donors are contributing to almost 80% of all our operations, and our governments are contributing 20%. It is unimaginable that, I don't know, German government and their institutions together with EU and FAO takes care more about our regional cooperation than we ourselves. So therefore, at least my management goal is at least to preserve the basic costs of the functioning of the cooperation. The actions, yes, of course, we can co-finance, or fully financed by the donor, it's up to the deal, but at least to secure the normal functioning of the setup, which is year by year expanding in terms of actions and in terms of topics, but not in terms of staff. It is really hard to manage the entire thing. So this is the message to our ministry representatives to pass that message, because we still have some open balances from some of the countries. Finally, thank you. It was a pleasure to be with you, to see you all in a good health, good faith. It is, again, going back to a certain normality after this corona, and of course under certain threats which we are all witnessing with all the, I can say, war, conflict which is going on in Ukraine. And finally, if someone wants to take a word, the final words, I will allow that. Otherwise, we can close the forum. So does anybody wants to? Okay, before I close announce that the forum is closed, Oliver, please make this logistical announcement.
Okay, I'm just informed from the colleagues from the ministry that the road towards the airport will be closed till the end of the week this time. So for those that they are leaving tomorrow from 2:50 till 3 o'clock, let's go, let's be ready 12 o'clock, okay? So have enough time to reach at the airport. You're going early in the morning, so that's not a problem. But those that they're leaving, that's supposed to leave 1 p.m. from here to the airport, let's make it 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
What is another announcement? The bus for the field trip is leaving 3 o'clock from here. Thank you very much. The forum 2022 is closed.